Okay. So yeah, we're live over on YouTube. Oh, and yeah, I think DM Mulroy might be joining us tonight. We might end up wrapping up that that OCaml SDK. Let's drink some water. Yeah, for Vexilla. Yep. Yeah, I think we're really close to finishing that OCaml SDK. I think we just need to update some tests because we solved the midnight issue. And we need to set up the enum generation part. Yeah, should be good. And how's the market? I don't know. There's websites for that stuff, man. It's interesting. The original Rust compiler was written in OCaml. All right, so we ended up bringing in this whole chunk of logic. We have it as just this outside of our component scope. So start time, that probably needs to be passed into start recording here. But realistically, yeah, we want to consider what state we're going to have for all this. We probably end up wanting to keep a lot of this logic self-contained within this start recording, but we're going to want to have some callbacks we pass in instead. And the callbacks can actually maintain that state. So we don't need to necessarily pass in values here. It's just going to be callbacks that update our state values from the component. Do recording right here, another thing that we just pass in. Technically, it's implied that we are doing the recording. I know they maintain that for some specific reason, though. And it's here in this interval. That's when they're checking for if the recording's going. right? And media recorder is defined outside of that scope. Oh, I think I see. Yeah, the media recorder does its like start and stop functionality here. When this happens, we just need to I'm curious why this is doing this timer. This is just to update this, right? So the progress bar and the timer are separate. Why do we need these if we could just do this when it stops? Right? Okay, so hold on. We're going to have some UI that needs to fire this stop. So what we might want to do is create a hook that exposes a function that calls and does these things, and then just has that as part of the output. So I'm thinking a custom hook rather than just a function, because then we can do some internal state for this thing as well. I think that'll work. Your computer doesn't matter for web dev. You can do it with anything. You can do it fully inside the browser at the library. You can still do web dev there. That's totally fine. So they also do this to trim things once we've hit the maximum time. And I think we can do that a different way too. We don't need to do the set timeout. We can just, on every iteration of our interval, we can check to see if we've gone over, and then we stop it there. Okay. So first, before we get too far, I think we just want to maintain some state in here. Real quick. Our interval is not doing anything important, right? So we don't need to establish this interval anywhere outside of our UI, because this interval is just for our UI. Stopping the recording, that's something that happens elsewhere. So the entire thing we would actually end up doing is really just like this first bit, right? That whole chunk. So it's the get user media, it's how we package up the data for it. Audio here would be output from our return of this hook. Yeah, all right, so let's do the first part. And technically, probably need to comment all of this, that way we can at least get compiling. Yep. So recording started. that is just equal to, or started at. Doesn't really matter, but we at least get a type out of that. So yeah, we do recording started at, set recording started at, we do some use state, which we're not bringing in from anywhere, which is interesting. So we want to use effect. And hold on, we need is recording. So we need to create an interval. All right, so then from here, inside of this interval, we just want to oh, and you know what? Yeah, we could just do this. We don't need started at. We just need recording duration. Nope, not even close. All right, so then what we'd want to do here is, right, every second we just simply calculate the amount of time remaining. So then set recording duration that's just date.now minus, hold on, let's do this. We're gonna, we'll leave it in there. Sure, date.now minus recording started at. And what up, all ace? How you doing? All right, so then this is gonna be math.floor. Okay, so the next step is once we pop open the modal, I do Angular as well. It's not that confusing, dude. So we're gonna say we're recording now. We see a loader right there. So yeah, something like that. Oh, but when we stop it, we don't actually do anything. Yeah, that's a mistake. So yeah, on close, this would be where we want to reset that duration. So set actually, hold on. Ah, yeah. We need to set is recording to false. It's like, why am I manipulating duration? That should be happening elsewhere. Yeah. But this one would actually do that part. Call custom hook stop function. All right. So that's our basic gist. Theoretically, we'd start recording at that point, but we actually want to think about how the hook is going to work now, because the hook could have some time that is a delay before the user has authorized and chosen the microphone, right? While this UI is still showing. Ooh, and what we should do then... There we go. So that'll set that immediately once we open it. Hey, way better. Cool. All right. So now, some next steps. Our custom hook needs to actually expose out some events that we can call to get into the hook. And we may want to pass something to be called from inside the hook as well. So the things passed in are the callbacks that we want it to call for us, and the callbacks it passes out are for us to call in the UI. Let's start thinking about what that's going to look like. I don't remember why they want to cap things at 30 seconds. There is definitely like a maximum length that we probably want to like acknowledge. This interval right here is not something we need either, but we do need that logic as part of the function that we expose out. All right, so now, as we're looking at this, these getting disabled, we don't care about that part. Const do recording. Assigned a value but never read. Start time also never read. Stream. Now, what was stream supposed to be? Like, we just redefined stream right here anyway. Okay. Yeah, so that's part of the function that we need to expose out. So stream is actually a reference. I'm not sure what kind though. Media stream. Oh, that would be it. Air brakes. Oh, and yeah. This would be use microphone. I think I'm okay with that. All right, so then the props that this takes in... So we're going to have a stop callback. And I don't think it needs to return anything. Do we actually need the stop callback? It's kind of this thing's job to do that. We do need the media recorder, though. I think I need a ref for that. Okay. So then from here, we want to return an object that's going to have stop. Right, so then here, if stream dot current, I'd say we're done with that, and we are done with that for now. All right, so then back to the top here. We're not using use microphone yet. We're not using the stop callback yet. We might not need it, because we're going to be managing when that stops elsewhere, which means we can manage that state elsewhere too. What we do end up wanting to do is this chunks value. That to me seems like some state. So yeah, what we end up wanting to do we end up doing this. We get buff here. We do context decode audio data, which then gives us a callback for that. We get our source. We start rendering that source. Audio is equal to audio.slice, and that's where we would probably want to this is where we'd have a callback. Right, so this callback would be finished or audio. So instead of the stop callback, it spins out an audio, which I think is just audio buffer. Hold on, let me go look at that. Audio is a float 32 array. And that is what gets passed to Whisper. Right, okay. We're gonna do that for now, and what we'll do here is just return it. So, yep, finished callback. Oh, and it just passes that audio value. And that is all synchronous, so we're good there. I like the idea of still passing an object to this. That way it's named, so it's easier for me to read later. Yeah, we're not using that right now. We do need sample rate still. And yeah, technically, do we want a use effect for this? We might not even need to make this a full-on hook, right? We just might need to expose out functions that do these things for us, but still keep the other logic clean. Ooh, yeah, so we have a finished callback. We need a started callback too. Right? Started callback. Hold up. Yes, we need the started callback. So started callback, I think is just void. And I don't think it takes in anything. Yeah, so then this part. And then this part right here, error callback or user media error callback. We also need that for sure. So let's go add that. And yeah, let's do them in order at least. So yeah, we need a start function, and that start function is really this part. So we don't need to expose the media recorder. We don't need to expose anything else. We just need to have our callbacks fire. So this is definitely... definitely less of a hook. And more of just like a wrapper. But I'm kind of okay with it. We'll see if we end up needing a use effect in there at some point. I don't think we do though. But let's get this going. So const equals use microphone. This is gonna be start recording. So then the hooks that we have here, we get a started callback. We get a user media error callback. What do you mean by that, Puzzleist? I'm curious what you mean by that. Yeah. And real quick, Yuri and Ryan, thank you all for the follows. I know that was a while ago. Been kind of head down, making sure I have the right context for this. They're not custom hooks, but they are atoms. Oh, you're saying like this. Yeah, if you're not going to use it, you don't even have to like throw it in there. Yeah, so this is a way of destructuring but ignoring the first thing. Gotcha. Yeah, so this is one of their hooks, but it's exactly the same as useState. You can ignore that useState as well. If we wanted, we could do, you know, fetch timestamp, right? We're not using it, but the underscore indicates that we don't care about not using it. However, ESLint still yells at me, so I can just get rid of it instead. Oh, and Graham. It went all right. I don't know. It was one of those ones where it's, like, cross-team collaboration, and I didn't have enough, like, stories, like, prepped and ready, so I kind of floundered on that a bit. And Jay. Yeah, 1 second. Here's the link to the music. Yeah, anyone here on YouTube, feel free to just do the song command and you'll get a link that way. Yeah, no worries, Graham. Yeah, I mean, it's only for an IC2 role, so I think it would be weird to judge an IC2 role that heavily for their cross-team collaboration stories. But I don't know. We'll see. For everyone else out there that's not aware, IC2, at least at this organization, is one step above entry level. So it's not even senior. So I find it strange that they would be so heavy about the cross-team thing. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. We'll see. Yep. Yeah, layoffs are tough. They're never at a good time. Right? It's never when you're totally prepared for it. All right, so let's think about how we use these. Right, set is recording to true. Ooh, and finished callback. Actually, I just want to log the audio that we're getting. Voice dictation. I'm pretty sure it's in the title. But I might not have actually said it in the title. Let me look. A proof of concept, dictation, and writing tool. Yeah, so that doesn't explain much. It's so I can write a book. That's it. But I don't want to have to type the whole thing out. The USP is just for me. That's it. I don't care if this works for anybody else. Isn't that what dictation is? How is dictation different from voice to text? Yeah, the app is the one writing. The app is the thing doing the writing. I am dictating to the app to write the thing. Right? What's up, Leah? All right, so start recording. Shouldn't be able to get there, so we'll leave that. Close recording modal. And instead of set is recording false, stop recording. That's what I thought too, but yeah, I don't know. It's fiction, based off a recurring dream I've had. How do I add an app to access the microphone? Or maybe it's because I don't have a microphone. Yeah, I thought they were the same thing too, so I'm probably misusing the word dictation. Yeah, is there no way to add something to this list? You just have to let the app request it? It's weird. Yeah, we don't have any audio device here. Okay. No, I don't have an input device. Yeah. All right, so that's the dev server right there. Ngrok. Yep. So I'm gonna fire up the app over here and see what that does. I do have an iPhone, but I think I can just do this. Yeah, so it takes a bit to download. SQLite 3 is not lightweight. So hey, there we go. Let's get a Whisper model. Let's do the tiny. I know, I got it. I also have one over on my dev machine that we can just use. Or not dev machine, on the stream machine. All right, so book title is Foo. Oh, that doesn't look right. Add chapter bar. I think we're fine with that. Yeah, so we need to fix that caching issue. For some reason, we're not properly caching the models that we've downloaded. So we'll fix that bug, because that's going to get real annoying over here on the demo side of things. Yeah, we should be using suspense somewhere, but I'm not. I just don't care. I'm fine with it. Not right now. This is a very lightweight proof of concept. We just don't care that much. And hey, Rossum, thank you for the gifted subs. How you doing? So yeah, Notst, Box Dirty, Hyper, Just Valentine, and Java Grunt. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that. All right, so recording audio. We allow. Hello, hello. Microphone check. Hello, hello. And we do get audio recorded with a size of 90/240. Pretty cool. Okay. Looks like that worked. We want to see it generate some text by passing that to Whisper now. Yeah, this is a fun project. All right, so let's stop it over here. Let's look at what we're doing. So, yep, stop recording is called right there, so we're good. Because it's all stored within IndexedDB, or I think technically the Origin private file system, we could actually store the files too. I'll want to think of a mechanism for that first. So for now, we're going to be throwing it away. But I like the idea of keeping it because it does mean that maybe we could glue together an audiobook automatically. That'd be kind of cool, wouldn't it? It also kind of means that, yeah, if we do it right, we could have sections per, voice actor, which would be interesting. If we wanted, mix up and have different voice actors. I don't know, something to think about. But realistically, we'd have it recorded before that. What's the goal? Just to have a tool that I can use. That's it. Oh, and we heard back, I did not get accepted for a proposal for React Miami. The thing in the title, man. It's a dictation tool. That's it. Yeah, I didn't get accepted for my workshop or whatever. It happens. It's no big deal. It happens. I mean, they get so many people submitting that they have to pick people. That's how it works. They can't accept everyone. All right, so one thing we need, this is where some of our global state kicks in. So I think this is where we have actually like Whisper. Yeah, do I want to rename this just slightly? And yeah, this is the thing that we would pass to it. That would just be our audio buffer that we already have. So that should be pretty easy. I don't think this needs to be a promise. Right? But we don't really know. I don't think that's a promise, though. So yeah, what I want to do here is then maybe call it like Whisper instance. Sure. Oh, there's the component suspended. All right, so let's see what that result ends up being after we pass the audio to Whisper. And whoops. And yeah, we'll fix that caching issue right after this. I just want to see if it works. If not, figure out why it didn't work. But I think the bigger thing is making sure we actually have our file system stuff cached properly, because that's getting a bit annoying. Microphone check. Testing, testing. Will it blend? Will it blend? So we got system info out of it. We see the operator. We see a blank thing in main.js, and then we get result 0. It did not blend. Yeah, so that's a problem. And yeah, how's it going, Whittler? I just want to try that real quick just to see. That's not going to be the problem. So process audio here. We are just returning module.fullDefault directly. Let's go look at how that's being used in the example that we saw. So interesting, right? We see their original thing just did the on-process stuff. It gets var ret. We get a log value from it, where they're just logging out ret. So full default returned. Let me go look at what they get logged in their example. All right, so we'll pick the tiny one. Download's really slow. Oh, and you guys couldn't see the code while I was editing it. I forgot this was still showing. Damn. Sorry. Oops. Oh, let's not do that yet. Let's let the download finish. Oh, I guess I didn't download the JFK wave yet. Let's do that. Okay, so what we end up seeing is that there is the Whisper default returned 0. And then after that, helpers.js is the thing that actually prints for us. So we see that it's a print text area call, but that doesn't look right to me. All right. We'll hide it for now. So full default here always hits this. And it's currently a 0 whether it's working or not. And this never actually got where we wanted. So it's not just the return there. So there's something about module that I need to figure out here. Oh, wait. So hold on. They're doing like an instantiation of modules somewhere. This. So if we look at their example again, the place where it worked, we don't see it get prefixed with JS here. We only see it being called in print or print error. I find it weird the way module works here, and then when we look at module elsewhere, there's a whole bunch of things that are not defined on it. So it's relying upon some global to merge those. All right, so let's look at it one more time. I know I said we were going to fix this caching issue, but it's hard to leave a bug and focus on another when you still got the one. You like to collect them? There you go. And yeah, we're at 3:30. I can have a beverage. We just finished our water. I don't need to get it out of the way. But yeah, let's pour a lemonade. All right. So hold on. We got it showing here. Let's just try this again. Test, test. Will it blend? Nope. All right, so yeah, lemonade time. Let's fix that caching issue first. And then from here, I'm wondering if module.print is the problem, and instead I need to just create module. Before it gets loaded? Main.js is this, and that's the Whisper code. So I'm just wondering if I need to kind of do what they did. Here. Yeah, I noticed they're doing like module overrides and stuff, right? So if it's undefined, yeah, I get it. All right, so that's exactly how it's supposed to work. yeah, totally. I'd say don't worry about this. This is just minified from the build process, so that's really not our problem. Yeah, so before the beverage, let me just do this real quick. I think we're fine, actually. Yeah, at least they didn't mangle. Yeah, mangling would be brutal. All right, so yeah, we didn't fix the caching thing yet, so we'll just wait for this to load again. And let's pour some lemonade. Oh, so, hold on. We're getting an error that module.init is not defined. Huh. I wonder if part of it is the order in which this got included. think that's the same file. Yep. All right, so we were able to load, which I think is good. We're re-downloading now. Oop, module.init is still not that? Really? Yeah, the way this tries to do it all with, like, globals is actually, like, really getting us. Alright, because then module.init fires and it's not a function. The weirdest part to me is that oh, hold on. Maybe I needed to do this part too? Right, like, we wouldn't need it there. All right, let me pour the lemonade. And yeah, so edub, we got the audio recording part working. We're not able to pass the audio buffer to Whisper properly because Whisper, I mean, theoretically it might be getting passed, but we're not getting any output from Whisper. And that's due to how some things are wired up. Okay, so then, interestingly enough, this part was working, and now it's not. So we were getting this to work before I did that commenting. We weren't getting module.init to work. And that all started when we did this. Huh. Oh. So that was definitely a mistake. And yeah, that would actually be it. Oh, that was totally it. So we were getting an error in this part, which meant that this was never fully getting instantiated. So then nothing else would work after that. Okay, yep. That's where that print text area is undefined was coming from. And that was breaking a whole bunch of stuff. So I think we can end up going back to this main.js and revert what we changed in our main.tsx. And we should start to see something. Yeah, so I get the create data file problem there. I should show you all this. Bam. All right, here comes the recording. It was a dark and stormy night. Will it blend? Nope. We do see audio recorded size of 75K, which is fine. Or 75 samples, or 75,000 samples, I should say. Which is fine. But we don't get any other log values out of Whisper. So this part's a bit trickier. Let's try and fix the caching issue first. So in their original code, the way they were doing that caching, let's go find it. Where is that even used? All right, so they call up this load remote function. And that's over in helpers. So when we go to load remote, this is then going to call indexed.db.open. And this is where they're storing the new model. What I don't see in my state is where I'm setting some of that. Yeah, I don't see that anywhere in here. However, we might be doing that over here in settings modal. Yep. So yeah, use model data here. So hold up, are we clearing indexed DB? Nope. So we never call that. Yeah, we got a lot of like junk logs in there. But this did not get called, which means we shouldn't be clearing that database. So here we try to open the DB and upgrade needed. That's, yeah, so this callback does not matter for us right now. That's not going to be hit. On success of loading this, we should see this. And selected model right there. Yeah, so next step, see what we log. All right, so at the start of this, tiny is not in the indexed DB. Well, what is? Are we just not setting it there? I think we're just not setting it after we try and fetch it. Yeah, we're not saving anything to that. So that would probably be that. Boom, we load it, we do the fetch, we set the current model, but we are not writing it to the IndexedDB storage. So where are they doing that? Let's just double check I'm not missing something in the place they're setting that value. So yeah, object store models, we put data and URL. Right, and this happens after the download. So if we go look at settings modal again, All right, we set loading. We confirm that's going to happen. We fetch remote. And yeah, we're just not storing it. So that's easy enough. There's going to be a bunch of stuff we just don't have in here. Let's let it yell at us for it real quick. Yep, on success we do all that. Sure. URL here. If I look at the result of what we downloaded, it would be load remote stored in IndexedDB. And it does the entire full URL for us. I don't think we need that. And instead, we could just set selected model as the value. I'm okay with that. Oh, you know what? This is the URL, though. Yes, we'll just do that. Oop. There we go. All right, so then from there, right, CB print, CB cancel. All right, so let's try base. Sure. That finished downloading. We should be able to refresh and see something. We do. Awesome. So if I refresh, it should be pretty much instantaneous. Ooh, but did I do base or base EN? I just did base. That didn't seem right. So stored in the database, but we're not checking for it first. What's up, Krasner? How you doing there? Hello, friend. Yeah, I could have done better. I need to practice those, like, when was the time you had to collaborate across teams? I mean, isn't that just the job? But, like, yeah, remembering specific instances. Yeah, I messed that up. I didn't have any, like, things ready for that part. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. No, we don't know yet. Yeah, exactly. So there was 3 total interviews besides, like, the initial ones. And, you know, maybe it's fine. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we'll see. Is what it is. Got an offer from another company. Salary's a bit low. Definitely should have asked him ahead of time. Exactly. There you go, Adam. Right? That's what some of those questions really feel like. For sure. How you doing, though? What are you up to? Did you actually do that? Did you calculate exactly which letter was gonna be it? Nice. I don't know why I like even questioned it. Decompressing after work? Like after stream? Or are you still like finishing up at your company? Are you calling stream work these days? I don't know about that one. Okay, but I just forced you to do it anyway. Yep. Yeah, totally. All right, I get it. I get it. Yes, I get that all the time, William. As long as you don't tell me I look like modern day Edward Furlong, then we're okay. We can still be friends. If you haven't seen a photo of that dude lately, yeah, them's fighting words. Young version, I'll take that, for sure. You worked on a video on it recently. What's your latest video? You got a little like teaser for us? Or I'm sorry, what's your latest work about? Oh, like you published it already and everything. Oh, okay. I mean, this is a weird video. You made this? I'm kidding. Oh, the why you left Google. I've seen that one. No, that's fine. So the one you worked on today was the one about, the OneNote stuff, then. Is that what you're saying? No, it's fine. We're at a moment where it's worth a break. Yeah, the Google one was for Hello Friend. Gotcha. Today's was on OneNote, and you already released it. Okay, cool. Is it just about your process for, like, note-taking? Actually, hold on. I'm gonna check something out. So how much of your videos do you pre-write versus how much is off the cuff? Outline? Yeah, I do outlines too. I was just curious. 2,000 subs and you're getting 15,000 views? Dude, that's killing it, man. Good work. Oh, it was? Okay. How close are you to watch hours? I'm curious about that one, if you're willing to say. I just hit, hold on, 2,241 public watch hours. 1479? Nice. And do you stream to YouTube at the same time that you stream to Twitch? That is one, like, really easy way to boost watch hours. But it could harm viewership in other ways, so I don't know. That's up to you. Gonna try it in February? Yeah, like when I started simulcasting, I had like 120 watch hours. Like, dude, it was bad. And that was like just in July. Oh, it totally does. Absolutely. Here's another thing too. Your VODs are also a thing where your core community, anyone that has YouTube Premium, they can just click the download button and it counts as watching the whole thing. So they don't even have to watch the whole video. They can just click download. So yeah, like weaponizing that from your audience and your community is probably worthwhile. But yeah, that was a hack. I forget who told me about that hack, but yep, it's really good. 80 views 1 hour ago. Ooh, here's one more thing, Adam. Are you posting your stuff to LinkedIn? I don't even know if we follow each other on LinkedIn. We should fix that eventually. But yeah, make sure you post to LinkedIn, not just Twitter. Twitter is really good for like the short term. LinkedIn gets like a really good long tail, right? People are watching my videos from a LinkedIn post like 2 weeks after it's been posted. Right? Getting people like liking it and commenting. Like, so yeah, I'd say definitely concentrate on LinkedIn posting for like the long tail. Just throwing it out there. Up to you. At some point, just because you hate the platform, it can still be useful to you. I think the biggest win would be just make it another thing you aggregate to. So if you write like a good bot for just an aggregated post of, hey, here it goes out to Twitter, it goes out to LinkedIn, it goes out to whatever, it goes out to whatever. So yeah, I think that might be it. I personally want to make a multi-platform submission tool that gets around their API BS, like Twitter's. But yeah, I want to make one that posts to Blue Sky, Threads, Twitter, and LinkedIn all at once. That'd be nice. No, Twitter is the one with the API stuff. Twitter is the one that charges you money for their API, basically. So Twitter is, like, I think the biggest one that would be a hassle. So it's not something I could launch as a service, but it is something I could launch as, like, a desktop app in which I just plug in my own keys or script it like a Puppeteer instance or something. So I might have to, like, re-log in to maintain a cookie, but that's about it. So yeah, Twitter's like the biggest problem with doing like any of that automation. I don't think Blue Sky or Threads have an API for that stuff yet though. So you'd probably have to like script the browser in that case anyway. So some type of like Electron app would probably do it. Good use case for a browser extension? Possible. I forget the APIs. Are browser extensions able to open new tabs and then operate upon them in like a clean, orchestrated way? I don't think they are, right? You'd have to have like a weird setup of like spawning a new tab, checking if that new tab was Twitter, and then seeing if you had something in the queue that you somehow check somewhere. Like, yeah, I don't think there's a good way of having that in like a seamless like flow. You can spawn a new tab, but I think you lose the context of that like extension instance. I'm not positive. I'd have to like really double check and look at that. Dude, the why you left Google one. Solid video. Like, dude, killing it. He's doing the full-time content creator thing, hello friend, which is why I, you know, pushed back on the hatred of LinkedIn. Yeah, if you're trying to go full-time as a content creator, you kind of just got to do it. I think. I don't like the way Twitter is going, basically, but no, still got to maintain a presence there as a content creator. And I'm barely one of those, right? I'm just a streamer. That's a different thing. I'd be happy to collaborate on some project at some point, Adam. I saw that you were making a game. I don't know if you ever saw this game I made. Come on, everyone, get your flicks in. Just go ahead and flick it. And you can do emotes as well. So CM Griff, cheese? Is that it? Yeah, totally. You can actually do multiple. You can do 2 at once. One of them was super small. But yeah, it's kind of fun. Yeah, animated emotes don't work. Yeah, that's why that one was small. Yeah, because it's painting to a canvas, animation, like animated emotes and GIFs in a canvas, just don't work that well. We'd have to maintain like a way more complicated render cycle to be able to do that. It's a bot running in OBS. I think I just called it Flick It. It's over here somewhere. Yeah, it's an OBS browser source, just chilling. Is that good? I don't know. Pretty pumped on it. I think that's kind of cool. Right, I feel like any streamer kind of just builds that pretty easily. But yeah, 3 years ago, like, haven't really had to touch it since. It's nice and simple and easy. Pretty fun. And yeah, if you want to get it and configure it yourself, right? Getting started is quick and easy. We walk you through the process. You enter your channel name, you enter some values, and then you get this URL that you're going to paste into your, your space or whatever. All right, so CM thing, boom. And then, yeah, you can set how long the game is. You can set the entries per user, right? How many entries they can do at once. So that's where you can do like the multiple for mine. The target size, you can make it bigger or smaller. The base ball size versus the max ball size. And here you can test it and see it kind of like just live by clicking around on this interface. Interestingly enough, in my snowboard days, most people would assume it stood for cheese. Cheese. Didn't we lock you in a dumpster once? Yeah, I got out. The C is for all sorts of stuff. What does IT stand for? IT stands for integrity. IT stands for honesty, perseverance. It stands for the immutable human spirit. No, like the letters, IT, what do they stand for? They stand for, you know, right? And I forget the quote. But I love that part of IT Crowd. So yeah, if you ask me what the C stands for, the C stands for integrity. The C stands for honesty and, you know, blah, blah, blah. Right? Totally. What does the C stand for? It's my people's symbol for hope. Exactly, totally. No, the C is my people's symbol for hope. I'm liking the fact that that meme is actually less of a meme these days, and it's more of like an obscure reference. Yeah. It'll be an inside joke at some point. The C stands for hope thing, that's or my people's symbol for hope. That's not even IT Crowd, that's Superman, right? What does the S stand for? Right, that's the first Henry Cavill Superman. The IT Crowd reference, right? What does IT stand for? That one's IT Crowd. You haven't seen that Superman? That's fine. It was a meme on the internet for a while. When it first came out, it was one of the biggest things people like complained about. I love Better Off Ted. My favorite are the scientists. They're so good. Yeah. Better Off Ted is so good. I really like that show. I really like that show. Yeah, Portia de Rossi from Arrested Development kills it in her role as like the, you know, the corporate headhunter, like crazy lady. Not headhunter, but like just, you know, corporate to the core. But the scientists are my favorite. I know, yeah, I'm so bummed it got canceled. Were they a victim of the writer's strike? I think that might have been part of it. For some reason, I put Better Off Ted in the same era as, like, you know, the first couple seasons of Heroes. Right? So if it's those same years, yeah, there's a reason why Heroes got bad. And I think possibly a similar reason why Better Off Ted ended. I think Better Off Ted also had a problem where I think they, like, shipped those two main characters too early. Right? It's like the Mulder and Scully thing. There has to be this, like, will they, won't they? And the moment they do, people lose interest. Technically, X-Files ended because Mulder left, because his career was taking off. They had a couple just meh seasons after. I never watched the entire thing, though. I only saw, like, episodes here and there. So I need to watch the entire X-Files series, right? I think we all do. It's homework. Just like Babylon 5. Just like Farscape. I think I've only finished one season of Babylon 5 so far. It's interesting how Babylon 5 is actually, like, it was supposed to be Star Trek Deep Space Nine, basically. It was proposed as a Star Trek show. And then the studio was like, we'll pass. And then they just hired someone to write Star Trek Deep Space Nine. So if you ever wondered, like, why Babylon 5 and Deep Space Nine are so, like, similar, it's because the company behind Deep Space Nine ripped off the idea. Yep. And hey, what's up, DM Mulroy? Yeah, you trying to do some collab tonight? We've been just, like, slacking the past little bit, not because of Adam, but he actually just had really good timing. And he has Chris as a professor. All right, so you need to binge watch 6 shows tonight. You can have them on separate screens. Yeah, I grew up watching Deep Space Nine and really liking it, not knowing the whole backstory. And then, yeah, Babylon 5, it's got charm. It's crazy how many actors from Babylon 5 actually made it into, like, other sci-fi of the time, too. Right? Like, the security officer lady, she was in, like, a dozen random sci-fi films just because of her association with Babylon 5. Just fix the insane merge conflicts? All right, yeah, let's go, let's look at it. Let's get set up. Let me send you the invite. And yeah, we'll have to figure out our caching issue a little bit tomorrow. We got close. I'm gonna say this right now. Everyone, go subscribe to Adam. Bill Mummy. I'm not sure who Bill Mummy is. Which character was he? But yeah, Windbreeze, thank you for the follow. E-Dub, that was a while back, sorry. And Cheeks, thank you as well. All right, let me fire up the watch party thing. Oh, and I know what's going on here. Or do I? Some console dialogue popped up somewhere, and I don't know where, so now I gotta, like, find it. This is my nightmare. Is there a Lanier? Will Robinson? Like, Danger Will Robinson? Will Robinson? Yeah, okay. And Lanier then, which, like, I don't remember what he did. Like, who is Lanier on the show? Is that the other security officer? All right, the guy with the widow's peak? All right. I have no idea where this is. Is there a Windows key to show all windows? Somehow? Because that's what I need right now. Win tab? Oh, okay, there we go. It's not there. So I can't seem to close a tab in my browser. We'll leave it. It's fine. That's fine. That thread is paused anyway, so we're good. I did a window, like prompt. That was a bad idea. Alt-tab doesn't give me the dialog box either. Yeah. Oh, well. All right, so we're going to be switching gears a little bit. We're going to be switching... oh, wait. He was Delen's assistant? I don't remember who that is. Yeah, I'll have to watch some more Babylon 5 and refresh myself there, Steeltoad. But okay, so this is going to be... What do they call it? Guest star. Dark on Netflix? Okay. All right, we're gonna pause music. We got this loaded. There it is. Invite guests. DM Mulroy. Bim bam boom. Cool, cool. So yep, we can get connected up over on the Discord when you're ready too. Let's do the first step. I think I sent you an invite, right? There you are. I'll leave my mic on here, and then over in Discord, that's where we send that stuff. Perfect. Okay, yep. Join video call. Mute myself in Discord. I can't seem to hear you at the moment, though. Could be on my end. Oh, hold on. I think I know what this one is. Show on stream. I need to check that. All right, try again. No. Oh, hold on. You were muted there. Try again. All right, so that isn't it. That isn't it either. Oh, you can hear him through stream. I just don't hear him. Oh, yeah, that would be it. Okay. Okay, one sec. All right, I hear you now. Go ahead and chat, and then stream. Do we hear an echo as he talks?
You hear echo? I don't have my headphones on. I wasn't sure if it would cancel that out or not.
No, no, you're fine. I think you're good. I'm just asking chat so they can confirm.
Is there an echo when Chris talks, chat?
Well, I was actually going to say, is there like a bit of an echo when you talk? Because I want to make sure I'm not like duplicating your audio.
Oh, gotcha.
I think we're good because I have my desktop audio muted. So yes, I think we're set. Don't think there's an echo. Perfect. Cool. Awesome.
My headphones are almost dead, which is good because I don't know if they've lasted the entire time.
Perfect.
Sweet. Okay. Well, if you and chat remember, back in last year, we left off here with an insane amount of merge conflicts, and I just went through and resolved all of those and rebased. So we should be up to date on the latest everything. I have our test server running, and theoretically, we can possibly run our tests.
We can try it.
Idea.
Yeah. Let me update my title for everyone.
All right, we are. Can anyone hear my dog chewing on a bone?
I don't right now.
Great, perfect.
All right, let me update the title over on YouTube, and we should be ready to get started.
Sweet. Do you so you stream to Twitch and YouTube at the same time?
I do.
What do you use to do that?
So I've got like OBS actually has simulcasting built in through some plugin, I think, but I'm not using that. So I use OBS to broadcast to Twitch, and then I have another tool called SplitCam that I'm just mirroring my screen from OBS into. And then I can like start and stop the SplitCam like separately.
I was thinking about trying to figure out how to stream to Twitch and Twitter at the same time. See if I can figure that out.
Yeah, I think SplitCam should be able to do it, right? If we click Add Channel. I don't see that, but you could do a custom, right? So custom would probably be where you just configure like the RTMP server or something.
Sweet. Cool. Well, we are still having failing tests, and we're saying, I believe we were working on like the client test server test last time we left off.
Okay.
So, which thing failed here? Do we have two assertions in here? We have a check there. So let's see. I'm actually curious, just to start getting our bearings. We just test this first bit. Let's see here. What's this expect? Right. We do that. Okay. Oh man, I never remember how to do this with Alcatest. I actually found a new way of doing tests in OCaml recently that is way nicer than this, but probably a little too late to go down that route.
Sure. I mean, it could be a nice refactor later.
Yeah. Okay. So if I do just like LWT return unit, is that gonna be okay for me here? No. Okay, that actually is better. So let's see if that passes. Actually, I want to see what this returns. Extra
Sure.
info. Okay, let's just see what happens here. And we'll come down here, Dune run test. Library SSL not found. Okay.
Huh.
Why would that happen?
I have no idea. That's an OCaml issue.
Why is it looking... let's see here. What if we do a, let's do a Dune clean. We'll just clean everything up. Do a Dune build.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we are upset with something here. Library SSL is not found. Error linker. Do I just have to see if we can figure this out?
Oh, interesting. So it's thinking it needs to be done at the OS level, not as like an OCaml dependency. Oh,
yeah,
right.
So LWT is going to be looking for, I guess, SSL stuff. I surely have done this in another project.
Surely you can't be serious. Sorry, bad joke. I am serious, and don't call me Shirley.
Let's go look at this Dune project. LWT SSL, maybe that's what we're missing? I thought we had already added that, but maybe not. No. No. All right, let's try doing an OPAM update. This is going to take a hot minute.
Sure.
I wonder why that's upset. And it's weird that I would get that error now because like all my work stuff is on the same version of the compiler and using LWT. You would assume that you're looking at like the same system dependencies for like that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Well, in the interim, let's go back to our test. So what are we testing here? So we're creating a client. We're trying to sync our manifest. We're asserting that it's not an error.
Gesundheit.
She can actually hear you tonight. You're coming through my speakers.
Oh, nice. Hi.
Then we were testing syncing gradual flags.
Yep.
Okay, that all makes sense. And I think there's like your Go test had like a happy path test that we were copying potentially.
That's probably just like the gradual testing. So like just making sure that the allowed or like the should be on and shouldn't be on kind of thing is tested. But I think we should be doing a lot more of that now.
Okay, we have a lot of stuff we can test here.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, so let's try.
And I'll throw out another thing. We fixed the time zone bug. I don't know if you were around or if we had a call after that happened, but yeah, Cody helped me fix it, right? The AI tool. So that was awesome.
Nice.
Yeah,
what
pretty
was
pumped.
The issue.
So I think we've done this in the OCaml so far. You know that like edge case where we're just adding a day to the timestamp?
I can't remember. Let me go look.
Sure. Yeah, let's go look at the logic. It's just right at the end of like the scheduling stuff.
probably in this big block.
Yeah, it's going to be in like the last block for like the time type of daily. Yeah. So there we go. There should be a spot where we are looking at the start timestamp being before the end timestamp. So if date time is later, right there where you're comparing zeroed end and zeroed start, the gist is that we're doing that like end timestamp plus day, when instead there's another fix where we just do an or instead of and, right? And it should be in the Go code now if you've pulled in lately.
Yes, I should have the latest. Let me go look.
Mm-hmm. And it was incredibly unintuitive to me, but it passes all of our tests. And maybe that's where we want to add the more robust test to this scheduling test as well, where we're like iterating all of the hours of the day to make sure that they all work. So yeah, it's going to be towards the end again. And notice how it's just like right there, line 122 and 124, there's the or the and. And that's it. Like, it's that simple.
So if the zeroed start timestamp is greater than the zeroed end timestamp,
that would indicate that we've rolled over midnight, basically.
Yeah.
So then we just make sure that our now is after the start or before the end. Whereas in every other case, we just simply check that we're between the two.
Yeah, I don't think I would have. I would have to sit for a while and think about that.
Yeah. I never would have come up with this myself. We started like really going down a rabbit hole of like, well, maybe there's like a case where we could detect like when we add a day versus subtract a day, because that's where like the edge case was in. In the add a day thing, there's like one specific hour that would fail. And then, well, what if I subtract? Well, then it would just be the other day that failed, right? Like, so of the 24 hours, there was like one that would be wrong for both, but it was never consistent between them. So yeah, that was quite fun.
Okay, well maybe we can try to fix that right now. So let me grab that logic there.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, go back to our code, and look in lib schedule, and it was this block here, right?
Yep. So yeah, you're checking basically on where was it? Yeah.
Here's our zero. So is this?
So we do still need zeroed end timestamp, right? So yeah, end timestamp matters. It's really just where we're doing that whole like zeroed end timestamp plus a day. So it's that like then like block.
This one right here.
Yeah, on line 87 or whatever, right? So that whole block. Yeah. So yeah, we don't need to do the day like add thing anymore, and we just want to make sure we are after the start and before the end, or before the end.
Okay, hold on, I'm a little lost here. So you're saying I need to get rid of this block right here?
So we would have the then block. I don't think we need to do that, like what you have on like, man, yeah, the changing number is getting me. So on line 86 there, I don't think we end up needing that. I don't think we need that or anymore.
Okay, so let's nix that. So if the zeroed start timestamp is later than the zeroed end timestamp,
then we want to do our or check instead of an and check, basically.
Okay, so that's when we would drop down into this logic here.
Correct. Yep.
So then we have a second if then else.
Well, no. So technically your then else right there is the same as the if else that you're looking at in the original.
if this. So in this case, we do the or.
Yep.
Okay, I see what we're saying here. So we just need to duplicate that. Wait, is this? This is returning. Hold on here.
It looks like we still make it an option of some kind, right?
Yeah, we're turning it into a result, and I'm assuming we're returning some sort of date time from this.
We should be returning just a boolean of truthy. Yeah. Or a true or false, basically.
To span. Then we do to result. Oh, I see.
Oh, it's at the end that we're doing that check. Oh, I get it. Okay. So I don't think we need to do the adding anymore, and we probably just want whatever's in that okay to resolve within the other blocks. Or maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure. You're the OCaml expert here.
I know. I'm trying to remember all of this code here.
Yeah. No worries.
The entire code base here.
It pretty much is, yeah.
Zeroed end span, day span, zeroed end timestamp plus a day. Do we use that anywhere else then? So we use
The plus a day ends up going away.
All right, so let's just get rid of that to start. And zeroed end span. I assume we still need these. Don't need that one. Zeroed end span. So we're saying to a span, zeroed end timestamp, which is goodness.
So wait, what does toSpan do again? I think I'm forgetting that whole API.
I think it is like the same as a range.
Okay.
toSpan T is the signed POSIX span that happens between T and whatever. There's probably a better docs if I go in here. And the epoch. Okay, number is positive. T happens after the epoch.
Okay, I think I see what's happening. Yep. So it's more like the relative time.
This is so complicated.
Yeah.
Let me try. File format. Invalid character in a package name. Let's go fix that. Well, maybe it's because I have an error in here. So let's leave that as it is here for a second. Go back over here. Try that again. So it's still upset. So that's upset in our depends clause of our Doom project.
Right, like maybe a typo in the dependency.
Probably this thing right here.
Oh yeah, that's weird. Oh, the parens. I get it. Yep. Okay. Need to make it. Oh.
Is it parens? Is that right? Everything's parens.
Ah, okay. Basically S expressions at that point, right?
Yep. It's funny, I actually this tab up here, I'm working on porting a OCaml library that parses and serializes S expressions to JS.
Oh, nice. That's cool. Sounds fun.
I actually used Melange to compile a really popular S expression library in OCaml to JavaScript, and then I published that JavaScript to npm.
Nice. Hell yeah. I've done an opposite thing where I wanted nano stores in a Lua project, so I just ported it using TS to Lua, and it worked great. It was awesome. So yeah.
Love to see it.
Yeah.
Let's see if this is happy now, please. Okay, let's go. That worked.
Sweet.
That was weird, but it's probably all because I didn't have this file correct, I'm guessing.
That would be my guess too.
So before we go back to the schedule, let's so does sync manifest actually make a? Oh, are we really gonna do this right now? There we go. At least it successfully restarted. Sync manifest. Is that making a call to like we're sending our fetch hook? So
yes. Yeah. So sync manifest executes the fetch hook. Sync manifest is basically gluing together our get manifest and set manifest functions. It's just a convenience.
From the test server in that case?
Not that I know of. I don't think so.
So then we can start commenting out these other bits. And let's go ahead, do run test, and we can say watch. Okay, now we're back to failing. And we're failing on probably deserializing this environment type. But it looks like our JSON is pretty solid. So this is what we got back from the test server. Where did I log raw JSON at? I have no idea where we did that last time. Raw, right there it is. So this is in flags, get. And I'm assuming
it's just our parsing basically that was incorrect. I'm guessing, yeah. Right?
I don't think we're getting to here, although it's suspicious that I don't ever see this. Well, that would make sense actually now that I think about it. So we get JSON and it's failing in the group. I'm sure the group has an environment. Okay. So let's try just commenting out fields bit by bit and see. This strict false flag should make it so like we don't have to deserialize every field. And we should be able to start narrowing down. I think this is probably where we were going last time, but we got merge conflicts.
Ah, right. That happens.
So is this running still? Hash table. Oh, right. We need those fields. I wish this gave me better error. This is one thing that drives me crazy about this library is it doesn't tell me what the deserialization problem is.
Yeah. I've definitely ran into issues in some of the stricter languages. It wasn't even like the stricter languages. It was Python uncovering like stricter deserialization, where Rust was fine with it, actually. So that was actually kind of funny to me.
Hash table of your JSON, give your JSON environment of JSON. What if we just said, what does this need to return? What if we just straight up returned an empty environments hash table?
Sure.
Hash table dot empty. Is that the API? I thought that was empty. Create. Okay. And then what's that take? We'll just do this. Takes a int. I'll just say 10. Probably needs to be a result.
What's up, duct tape? No, I'm using guest stars. like Twitch's tool for that. It's pretty good.
Okay, let's see if we change the orders of these, if that changes anything. I mean, it's still gonna break, but I'm curious if features is breaking too. Highlight that. Nope, still environments. Okay. So let's go to this function. Association list, we create list.length. So an association list in OCaml is just a list of tuples where the first value in the tuple is the key and the second value is the value, and we can basically construct objects from that. Populated table, so we fold over our list. We get a key and our value. String key. Thanks, Duct Tape. Appreciate you. Let's see if we just return out this hash table the whole way through.
Sure.
Rather than doing something like this. And we can say you, and we'll just go like that, and we'll ignore our warnings. Okay, so that solved that problem. So we've narrowed the breakage of our environments problem to these lines here. So now we're failing a group t.id. So which of these fields would be the group ID here?
Within the group, it should be group ID.
So that's right there.
Let's double check. Yeah. I'm on a bit of a delay too, so it takes a sec. Yeah, group ID is what we should care about for that. Yep.
Okay. So let's go look at our types. And in here, so that's just an alias for a string. I don't know why that wouldn't parse. But we have group ID or name. I bet that's potentially what's failing. Let's see if we make this. There wouldn't be a group ID anywhere.
Yeah, it would be group ID for sure.
What do you wait?
So like where the group struct type thing is, instead of type ID, wouldn't it just be type group ID?
Like group ID or name?
So I feel like the group ID or name is used for the lookup tables, right?
Right.
And that's it.
Right.
But the key would be group ID, not ID.
Oh. That would probably do it.
Yep, I think that's it.
So let's try that. So we're still upset about a group ID. Why are we still upset about a group ID?
So hold on, that deriving of YoJSON, what does that part mean?
Deriving of YoJSON essentially creates a function for you that will parse, it'll generate so we should have a function here called name of YoJSON. So it basically made this function for us, it's like a macro basically. It's kind of like Rust deriving.
Okay. So that being called ID instead of group ID shouldn't be an issue.
Especially not with the as.
Okay.
That should have been. I'm a little confused why that is still upset.
So here's another thing. We're destructuring the features and the environments right there too. Or not destructuring, but deserializing them. Would we need to look at features and environments to make sure that we actually have the as for those as well?
Yeah, we can do that for sure. So, is this whole structure a group here?
That T is a group, yes.
Okay. So we have this gradual thing. So let's go to feature. ID, feature ID. That looks good.
Well, I see that we're doing at key. What would be the difference between at key and at as?
Wait, we're at? Oh. Whoops, maybe that is the problem. Maybe I just used... That's probably the problem. Melange uses as for JSON, and this library uses key. So that's probably the exact problem.
Okay.
Hopefully. Let's hope.
Yeah. We can hope. We can dream.
All right, let's try that. Okay, that definitely got us a different result there.
Cool.
Dune test. Result is okay. I'm guessing that test failed, potentially, but yeah. It looks like we're not getting JSON deserialization issues now, though.
Awesome.
That's a good start. So let's go back into here and see if we can fix this up. Okay, so environment T is still upset. So let's see if it's the key. We'll just comment out this line and comment out this line. And if this fails, still, it's probably key of your JSON. Okay, so that looks like it's working. And this is where we bomb. So value of your JSON is failing. And value of your JSON is going to be function takes a result. And if we look at this one, it's going to be environment of your JSON, which this is wrong. I'm betting this should probably be environment ID.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Default features is now wrong. Where's default features? Why is that not type definition? Nope, that's not it.
Yeah, I don't even remember what default features is here for.
We have, it's a type that has our other types on it. I actually don't know what this is, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't remember the need for that.
Let's grep for it and see if we're using it anywhere. I don't think we're even using it anywhere. So I'm gonna delete it.
Sure.
I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, okay. So that got past all of our deserialization issues. Now let's go back to, that's weird. I don't know what that was there for.
I don't remember either. Yeah.
We can actually add our stuff to our hash table now. Gradual features do not have attributes. Gradual features do not have attributes. Is that true? I don't know why this is commented out and we have this fail here.
That may have been something we were fiddling with, because they do have attributes.
Okay, so then let's delete that and go back to here. This expression is type gradual. There is no field attributes within type gradual. So we we go to gradual, oops, wrong way, gradual. So it looks like gradual here has value and seed on its type.
And are those the attributes? Or is that a different thing? What are attributes in this case?
Let's look at one of these. For toggle, attributes is this structure.
Oh, so that's like the base stuff, right? The common values?
Yeah.
Okay.
Does gradual have that?
Yes, gradual has the same base attributes as all of them.
Okay, so let's make that. Do that. Did I not save? Okay, looks like we're probably failing to parse the attributes now. At least that's being a little bit more specific.
Mm-hmm.
These serialization problems.
Yeah.
So we hit gradual. We do gradual of your JSON. Attributes. There's going to be a problem in here. So let's go look at what this looks like. So our attributes, I'm assuming, are these bits here. We get a name, which is just a string. We get a feature ID. We have a feature type, which is fine because we have strict false.
Okay.
Schedule type is an empty string, and that key matches. So let's go look at what this looks like. This probably needs at deriving of your JSON.
Oh, okay. I get that. That makes more
I
sense.
don't know why that wouldn't have complained. Well, it tries to do some really naive things with variants when it deserializes them. I actually really hate the way a lot of the JSON parsing libraries, like if I'm deserializing JSON to a variant or like an enum, I don't, or how would I prefer it? How would you prefer a variant to get deserialized? Actually, now that I'm thinking about this.
I mean, it depends. I really like the way Rust does it. Like they have like a good enum based kind of deserialization thing, which is cool. For the Python, I wasn't able to use the automatic process, so I had to just write my own serializer or deserializer. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think certain languages do it better or worse, and I don't know.
That wasn't completely it. So perhaps it's not. Oh, we did write a deserializer. Whoops. We just had it. Well, we can add that and then we'll get overridden. Schedule type of your JSON. It'll do this. We get okay empty, which is what we should see right now. So maybe that's deserializing correctly. So possibly it's our schedule.
Okay. Yeah, let's look at that.
Key end.
Oh, and right, end is a protected keyword. That's why we have to do that thing on the end, right? Okay. Cool.
Time zone, time type, start time, end time. Let's just, to make this easier, put strict is false. And let's go make sure our time zone type has, where does that come from? I'm betting that's probably a problem.
Yeah, why does it think it's an int?
Time zone. So it'll be time zone to string, time string. Oh, so we have a yo JSON here, and it'll return as a time zone. So it should be UTC or other of string. That seems fine. Time type, time.
But where it says like OK UTC, right? Is UTC in that context actually like an enum or like an integer of some kind?
No. So
Okay.
it's just a straight up variant there.
Okay.
Wondering if our time type's wrong. So our time type comes across as none. Time type of string.
Oh, that would be it. Yep.
Right there.
Good call.
Like, I feel like they could give us better error messages than this. You know what
For
I mean?
sure.
Like, it can't be that hard to pick that out.
Yep. Would we want to update the time type to string just in case while we're at it?
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's see if that helps. So we're still upset at gradual attributes. Why? Do I need to put at driving of YoJSON on this? I suppose we could possibly, what could we do here to test this? We could probably go to utop. Doing utop. Right, sure. And let's say let JSON equals this guy right here. Sure, yeah, paste that in. What is this upset about? Oh, it's the strings. Right, okay. Let JSON equals, what is the syntax for multi-line strings like this? I think that's right.
Oh, that's a really weird multi-line string thing.
Yeah.
Huh.
Okay, so we got that, and then we can get let parsed JSON be yo JSON dot safe dot of that, yeah, safe dot should be able to do an of string here. Pretty to string. How do I parse? Yo JSON dot. One second here. Let me go pull
Take
up
your time.
the docs.
Yeah, no worries.
Yo JSON. Haven't been to here before. Too basic. There's surely got to be upstring. String. Pretty string.
Maybe from string?
From string.
Cool.
Safe dot from string. And then we'll say JSON. Alright, so we parsed that into YoJSON successfully. So that looks good. And then we want to do Vexilla dot types dot private, I guess. Dot types dot is it a feature?
Yeah. I mean, it was actually scheduled though, wasn't it?
Attributes of YoJSON. That's what we want.
Okay.
Well, attributes has a schedule on it.
Right. Okay.
So let's just say parse do that, and then we should be able to do parse attrs. Whoops. And then parse JSON. Dang it. The struggle is real with this autocomplete. I think this uses like Emacs autocomplete or something. Key lines for that.
I've never used it before.
Okay, so it's having a problem parsing schedule type. Hold on here.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
I
Yeah,
don't know
take your
why
time.
that couldn't have showed us a better error.
I know, right? Like, yeah, why did we have to do this in this way? Like, that should have been bubbled up.
All right, let's get out of this and then back into there and types. We said schedule type.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's an empty string, we say okay empty.
Yep, empty is intended there, so that should be fine.
Of your JSON, we get a string s.
Wait. So the schedule, like the test we just did, right, inside of UTOP.
Yep.
Keep in mind that schedule type does not go within the schedule. Does that matter with what we were just doing? Right, because it's actually outside of the schedule.
Look at the attributes. Schedule type should go right here. Yeah, that's outside of it.
Okay, just double checking. Okay, cool.
What if I wonder if, like we just did, I'm just going to do a quick little hack here quick, and we say, no matter, given any case, we just return a okay, none. Is that, yeah. Let's just see if that works.
So that's time type that you're doing. Is time type the issue or is schedule type the issue?
No, you're totally right. I just
okay.
did the wrong thing.
Cool. No worries. Just making sure.
Okay, empty. So it'd be this one that I want to do that to. No matter what, we say okay, empty. Sure. That looks good. Copilot. So it's still upset about that. So let's go back and try our test in UTOP.
Mm-hmm.
And see if we can start narrowing this down.
Yeah, I like that idea.
It's nice because everything's pure that you can just like load your modules into UTOP or like a REPL and start playing. Like you don't have to do like any sort of dependency injection or stuff like that.
Right.
One thing I do really appreciate about this, because we can just go do that, and then we can parse the JSON, and then we say that, oops. So it's still upset about parsing that schedule type. Why? Do I need to build?
That I don't know.
I can't imagine that was it. How do I want to debug this? So we derive of your JSON on there. Well, I guess let's maybe get rid of that. Schedule type of your JSON. So it should be using that, but maybe we can force it. Where is it? In here, attributes, type attributes, and then maybe we say at of your JSON is going to be schedule. Yeah, that's probably right. So see if that does anything.
Mm-hmm.
Still upset about. It's so weird. Add key schedule type. I don't have a typo, right? That looks good. No error there. Why?
So here's my next question. Where are we defining schedule type of YoJSON? Like, what is the scope of that?
That's up here in this module here.
In the schedule module, though, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Do we need it in the schedule module, or is it related to the feature, right? Because it's not embedded within the schedule.
I thought it made sense to put within the schedule module, but that won't make a difference.
That won't matter. It's just more like a namespace at that point. So I get it. I just want to double check that. Okay, cool.
So I want to try something here, and then on gradual, I want to do this. That's going to give us errors. Right.
Because then it's maybe inconsistent.
Yeah. So that's not going to work.
Okay.
It was a good thought, but potentially we could do this. And can we do a Doom build there? Line 112 and schedule.
In chat, feel free to ask questions or throw out comments, etc. You know, yeah, this is interactive. Run tets.
So it's still failing on attributes, even though I've removed that one type from. Well, I guess let's go back to utop now. Maybe we just open utop here. That way we can look at both. And let's go say our JSON is that. Actually, I think I was parsing the wrong JSON to start with. That's the schedule, not the schedule type.
Exactly. Yep.
So that was also a potential problem. The JSON should be up here. So we want this whole block, actually.
And that would be a whole feature at that point.
Well, actually, we could even just do like let JSON equals YoJSON dot. Take this down to the smallest level and just literally try that one parser. What was it? From string?
Yeah.
String, and it's an empty string, right?
Mm-hmm.
Schedule type.
Yep.
JSON error blank input. Okay, sure. We do this. It's probably still gonna be mad. Oh no, that looks better. And then we can do Vexilla dot private dot types dot schedule dot schedule type of YoJSON, and then we can pass in JSON there. Well, we got an OK, which should make sense.
Yeah.
because we are forcing it to an OK. So let's try adding back what we did here. So weird.
And yeah, this is still like a really valuable process, just like figuring out like patterns and mechanisms for testing and troubleshooting these things. Like, yeah, this is valid.
So that seems like it parsed it correctly. So like, what if we give it? Let's go back to our string here, and we say this is going to be say global. We got global. Okay, so I feel pretty good that that is actually working.
Okay, so the fact that we were just testing the schedule against the wrong like deserializer was a big issue there, right?
Yes, for this particular problem. So let's go back up and I guess grab this, and we would say let JSON equals, throw that there, paste. Okay, and then we say, is that a, we would say gradual of your JSON? Is that what that whole structure is?
Yes, that should be a gradual feature. Yep.
So let's say let x equals Vexilla dot private dot types feature dot gradual of your JSON.
So is private always available, or is that a UTOP feature of being able to dive into that stuff?
It is a convention that a couple packages use. We can't. The reason we put in that private package was so we could test it.
Mm-hmm.
But we could eventually refactor to using this other testing library that's more akin of writing it inline like you would with Rust. It's like a little PPX thing where you can be like, let %test and then just write a block of code and not deal with like alka test and asynchronous stuff. You can just write test. Like it's really nice.
Interesting. Okay, so that's the one you were talking about at the beginning of today, where you know it's like a nicer library, but it's probably not worth refactoring yet. Okay.
Yeah. So this expression is type string, but an expression was expected of right. We have to parse it to your JSON, right? So let's just say yo JSON dot safe dot from string. Okay, that looks solid. Is that everything we would expect there? Feature type.
I think so.
Yeah, that looks good to me. All right, so then we try this. So it's definitely failing on attributes.
Okay.
I think we can I just move my cursor up? No, of course not. Can I click? Oh my gosh, it's so annoying. Let's just start deleting things off. Because we have that strict equals false, which means it should be able, we can deserialize partial structures. So this is telling me it's likely not the schedule type. Maybe it's the schedule. But I think we successfully parsed the schedule, didn't we? Maybe
We
not.
did, yeah, but maybe it being nested is a thing we haven't validated yet.
Okay, so it's still upset.
Okay. So it wasn't the schedule.
I actually wonder if it's that guy. Still no. What is this having such a bad time with? All right, let's just delete everything except for the name.
I'm okay with it. Yeah, sure.
Can we parse the name? So now it's expecting the seed. And now I'm confused. Gradual. Strict is false.
So I feel like strict in most cases only complains when there are extra fields. I don't know about here in OCaml, but in the Python and the Rust and the Go, it would simply be a failure if there's an extra field that we didn't deserialize. Whereas...
You might be right.
Okay. So I think this is mainly about just ignoring extras. Not things that we say are supposed to be there.
So when we deserialize here, we say gradual view JSON. So we should be seeing that feature type JSON. So bizarre. So what if we go back and maybe this is why we deleted attributes last time. Maybe this is where I was going. I was just like trying to like get to the point of narrowing this down.
Sure. Yeah, like we probably just left off in the middle of it, and that's our issue. Be nice if we took better notes. I think I can think of at least one streamer who has a really good video about how they take notes.
How do you take notes?
Oh, I don't have a good video about it. Adam Learns Live is out there in chat, or at least was, and he just published a video today about how he uses OneNote.
Gotcha. I'm like I have gotten in modes in the past where I get like real into note taking and to-do lists and processes. I stick with it for like a week, 2 weeks, and then it's just like I go back to my trusty just notes.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll leave like good to-dos for myself every once in a while, but typically a to-do for me is something that I still need to tackle like the next day I get to it. If I leave a to-do for too long, I lose all the context anyway. So it's more like when I'm ending stream on like a failure, I try and, you know, like catch back up and use my diffuse thought process in between streams to like, you know, get back to it. But yeah, I don't do notes that well either. Ooh, Vaders. Yeah, I'm not sure. He just has a video about OneNote. He just came out with it today. I'd say go check out Adam's stream.
Okay, so removing attributes just successfully parsed.
Okay.
Okay.
Huh.
So there is something wrong on this type. Where is it at? That does not deserialize correctly. Schedule type, schedule.
And feature type doesn't need to be on there because we're only using it for the discriminated union stuff, right?
Yep, exactly.
Okay, I just want to double check that. I mean, the other feature types do deserialize, right? Are we sure of that? I don't know if that's actually the case because we haven't tried other feature types yet. We're only fetching the gradual JSON file.
can I... Let's say we go here, we do this. That's not on there. I think I might try what I was going to do where we made like an attributes v2 thing.
Sure. I do need to use the restroom, so give me just a second. I'll be right back. But yeah, I'll let you hack that out, and I'll be right back.
What do we think, chat? I don't know.
Have you touched your seltzer?
Yeah, it's empty.
Oh. Well,
You want to grab another one?
I have a dog on top of me. And we still have about half an hour. And I have to wake up to cycle tomorrow. So, this is all I know.
Alright, let's see if we can get a Dune build. Attributes.schedule. Can I just do a schedule.empty? Alright, let's try that. That back in, and then we say that. So I wondered if it is the schedule that's having a hard time parsing.
Ooh, and Vaders. So you went and watched the video, and he's actually switching from OneNote to Obsidian, and that was what the main gist of the video is about. Boom, nailed it. Okay, I get that now. I think I kind of saw something to that effect in his screenshot or something. Okay, so I had one thought about what we're doing here. The reason we're only seeing the failure with gradual is because we're not actually trying to deserialize any other feature type. Because the only types of features in that are going to be the gradual feature type. So if we were to try it with a different feature type, like a different group, we'd probably run into the same like attributes issue.
I think you're right.
Okay.
So let me drop this v2 structure. And drop all those, and we'll say s v2 underscore v2. And then if we go back to schedule, this should be better now. If we go to our test, so I should be able to just do like toggle here instead.
Sure. Yep, exactly.
Flag not found.
That's a different error.
Yeah, it's a flag group not found.
Hold on. Could we look in the manifest real quick?
This JSON struct here?
The manifest is actually a smaller structure. It is in the test server, but it's a different file. It's just manifest.json. So it's not going to be that. It's the one that we're like syncing and grabbing from the sync manifest instead.
fixtures. Do you know which one? It
It's
is?
manifest.json. Yep. So that'll tell us the name. It is gradual, scheduled, selective, and value. So we don't have a flag group called toggle.
So let's try value. It's probably an easy one.
Sure. Yep.
Let's just quit out of there. Put that back down. Run the test server. And run start. So it failed to deserialize feature.value. Unsurprising.
Right. But in the same exact like failure basically as the other, right? That we don't know because their error type for us doesn't tell us enough, right?
Here it's specifically saying the value type. Where's value at actually? Value, it's a scalar value. Yeah, we probably have to, this is why. Okay, I have to write a let scalar value of your JSON equals function. That's probably good.
Okay, so it was a different failure for value, at least for now. Or does the fact that it didn't fail on attributes for this case, does that mean that it got past attributes?
That's what I'm not sure of because it seems like so it's still upset. So what does value come across as? So we have value type. Ah, okay. Value and value type. So.
Oh, we don't see value type over in the value type. Technically. Okay. Yep, that's probably a big part of it.
So we're going to actually get well, actually that should be okay. I don't think we have to consider value type. Like I think we can ignore it.
Right, because it's a similar enum like the feature type stuff.
I don't think I have to Dune build every time, but I'm going to just in case.
Right. Yeah, I've run into too many issues like that.
Okay, that was definitely the problem. So that's fixed, and now we're back to attributes being wrong.
Okay, so I think it's our attributes. Is there a strict false we need to do for the attributes?
So
oh, we are doing that. I see it. Never mind.
Yeah, which is weird. Schedule type, that's the schedule. How can we test this? I have another potential approach where we delete. No, how can we do this?
And hey, Lone Wolf, how you doing? You're just here so you don't get fined, right?
Exactly. Classic. Okay, we should be able to put this under test, actually. The attributes is this structure here. So if we grab that, and we say, is it that one? Yeah, so let's go back into Dune UTOP. All right, I'm starting to have an idea here.
Perfect. Awesome.
So let's come here, and then we'll just delete all of this. Probably would have been faster. Yeah. Paste. Yeah. So that is our attributes, right?
Attributes would be without the schedule, right? And without value and value type.
Right. It should still parse fine with extra keys.
Oh, schedule is part of it. You're right. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
String.
Schedule is part of the attributes. I forgot that part.
And then we would say Vexilla attributes v2 of your JSON. So we can try the first one. Dang it. This freaking keybinds. Types dot feature dot attributes of your JSON. Okay, so that parsed fine. What? Why? Let me try parsing with.
I do see feature ID. Damn. Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Didn't mean to cut you off.
The wrong thing, possibly.
In the previous attempt.
Yeah, because I would have been trying to do gradual, right?
I think so.
All right, let me go grab the gradual stuff again because it looks like this is like that just felt like it successfully parsed.
Mm-hmm.
It did. We got an okay on both the v2 and the normal. So why? If we jump back to our test. All right. There cannot be that many things that can be going wrong here.
The universe says, "Hold my beer."
For real. And let's run test. Do build for good measure. And npm run test. Not npm. Jesus.
Nice.
So there's the structure for gradual.
I think you got one extra bracket on that one.
So back into utop. And let JSON equals that thing paste. Yes, ghosty. That. Pipe that into yo JSON dot safe dot from string. And then it would be Vexilla dot private dot types. And then that would be JSON. Okay, so that parsed successfully.
Okay.
Maybe it's not that block.
Oh my god. Hold up. So wait, when was the last time you pulled in the latest from the main repo? From main.
Right before this.
Really? Okay. Because there may have been a thing I fixed in one of the things.
Go look at github.com/
Let me make sure that I didn't forget to like post up the change too.
Yeah, I'm two commits ahead of main.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see a change to the test server that I forgot to commit. Yeah, let me double check something in my main.
I'm just gonna go one by one and try to parse each of these and see if any of them bomb.
Sure.
actually going to grab this whole structure. It's easier to work with.
Hold on. It looks like I didn't merge my Kotlin test yet, or Kotlin branch. And on the Kotlin branch, that is maybe where I ran into some stuff. Let me make sure. No, just client Kotlin. Clients. Packages CLI is the only thing I changed there. So yeah, no, it should be fine. All right, never mind. I thought that might have been it. It was not.
Fun. I'm just gonna go one by one through these attributes and parse them, and hopefully one of them breaks. Because if none of them break, I'm gonna be beyond confused.
So here's a big thing to recognize. The features that you see there in like the features prop is separate from an environment features prop. So here we may have values that aren't actually represented anywhere. All this like features for the group is the name and the feature ID and the type basically. So there is going to be inconsistencies between what you see in this top level features prop versus the features that are embedded within individual environments. So this might actually be part of it, right? Some of these features here might be the problem, right? The ones at the top level, not the ones embedded within each environment. Because I think we've been looking at the ones embedded in the environment rather than the top levels. So I think you're on the right track, like seeing which one of these is actually failing. I think that's a great move.
That one worked, so let's just delete it.
Sure.
And then that one was fine.
Okay, so the top level features prop is good. It shouldn't be these nested ones, but definitely worth a shot.
That works. Last one, which I think we already checked.
I think we did too, yeah.
Okay, so this is like the worst case scenario here.
Right, where we weren't able to like reproduce the error. Yeah, that would be nightmare material.
And that parsed.
Okay.
Why?
After the changes we've just made, would it make sense to run our full test again, just to be sure?
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to do.
Okay.
Because, like, this is bizarre. No.
How bizarre. How bizarre.
I don't know if anyone was savvy enough to catch one of those directory titles, but I might have just spoiled where I am interviewing.
I didn't even look, so we're good. Yep. And it's such small text. I don't think anyone saw nothing. And I won't be publishing these VODs to YouTube for a while.
It doesn't matter anyways.
All right, cool.
Kind of been some people in my Discord and my chat have been trying to guess at where I've been interviewing.
Gotcha. Yeah. People have been guessing when I've been calling that out too.
All right, so we're in here. So let's do build. built, doing one test. What? So it's maybe this is just a bad error.
Yeah, it might not even be accurate.
So we tried parsing this thing. So that's what we would parse as a gradual, right? Like if we had, where is this? Features, how do we do this? Types, we can get rid of this, that's not important anymore. So feature, each one of these things is a feature, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is going to be on environments. Is that correct?
Yeah, the one that we care about that has like the real values, yes.
We go to get. Okay. Go to our group table. We find it. Where's the fetch happen? Am I blind? Right here. So we're logging raw JSON. Right, okay. I see what's happening. So this is the raw JSON that's getting logged right there.
Yep.
And tag types.group. Is this structure a group?
It should be. Yes. Yeah, that whole thing is a whole group.
It's weird that I'm not seeing these errors. I mean, I guess I could try with. Would that give me anything better? Probably not.
Yeah, like failing to fetch the flag group, that would just be like a networking error or something, right? Or like the URL just doesn't exist.
Yeah. Well, we would get raw JSON. Oh, you're right. This would return early. We wouldn't get that. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're totally right. So,
Okay.
Yeah, this error message just is like not. This message right here is what this is.
Got it. Okay. So, right, that's the mapped error of trying to parse things. And that's all we would end up getting. So we don't have like a jump in the middle type point for that yet.
I wish I knew. How could we do this? I'm having another idea here.
Sure.
Potentially trying to parse this without the features and then without the environments. Do both features and environments have features in it? Yeah.
Yes.
Feature key. ID of name.
Right, so this would help us narrow down if it's the features like top level key or if it's the nested environment features, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's a good like check just to see which one is failing us.
Feature key of yo JSON. All right, yeah, let's grab that JSON again, which I think should still be in the test. Yep, here's our big old block of JSON, which I can undo and yank around that. And actually, let's just not grab the features, I guess, to start. Let me make sure I do this right.
So
that out.
Coffee before code, real quick. I just want to say, like, pretty much every language with different syntax than you're used to is going to look weird at first, right? My first time seeing Objective-C was gnarly. But then it grows on you and you understand it and you can totally read it. It's especially more readable because they have the super long constant names and function names, etc.
Okay, so let's say
We went and looked at that like CN cousin's father's son versus mother's whatever like thing. We went and looked at that yesterday. It was fun. It was good.
I love sharing that with people that have never seen it before because it is like just so ridiculous.
Right? But at the end of the day, like it should be really easy. Like you just tab complete to the common part and then you tab complete like 2 other characters and you're done. Like you don't have to type the whole thing. You know, typing speed won't matter. In a sane editor that knows.
How much people rag on like Java and like Spring Framework and C# and all that for really long names, and like out of nowhere Swift or Objective C.
Yeah, I mean Objective C is actually like the OG for that one. Yeah.
Newer. Swift's the newer one, right?
Swift is way newer.
Yeah. Private types, and this should be a group, right? That we're trying to deserialize.
Yes.
Okay, so it's upset about attributes, of course. So
but attributes within the top level features key?
Within the environments.
Within the environments.features key. We got rid of the top level features. Okay.
Let's do the opposite way then.
Right, just to make sure. Right, exactly. Is Objective-C any good? I think it's fantastic. The language itself isn't going to be the thing that dictates whether it's good. It's actually the frameworks and the libraries built around it that make it really nice. So an NS dictionary at compile time looks at how it's being used and then optimizes and picks the right data structure under the hood for you, which is really cool.
That is sick.
Yeah, it's kind of genius.
Swift like have a fair amount of like functional type features in it? Like,
I don't know enough about Swift. I haven't done any. It was like 2 years after I got my Objective-C certificate. I do know that Swift's like automatic reference counting basically comes from Objective-C's initial implementation of Arc as well, which is automatic reference counting. And it's basically like, think of it almost like a garbage collector, but things are cleaned up as their reference count gets to 0, right? So it's more incremental than a like pause and sweep kind of garbage collector. Fun fact, I wasn't allowed to use automatic reference counting for my Objective-C certificate because it was too new and they wanted to teach us actual manual like memory management. So that was fun.
Sounds like a blast.
Yeah, it was tough. Basically, there were 3 semesters. The first semester, it was like standing room only because every seat was taken inside of like a double classroom with like 4 rows of chairs and everything. The second, like you could find a seat. You might be towards the back, like if you showed up late. And then by the third semester, we were in one classroom, and the teacher had to actually tell us to like come up closer because we're not going to fill up the room. So it was basically like during the heyday of, oh my God, the gold rush of like, Apple Store apps, and then realizing that like some people just didn't want to do it anymore after going through this class. It was pretty good, actually. It was kind of fun. The fact that I stuck it out and I actually used a PC most of the time, I'm really proud of. Which meant that I didn't get any, like, I can plug in a device and debug. So I don't know if you're aware of this. In iOS, when you're using the simulator, it is a simulator. It's not actually an emulator. So it's not running the exact same code as a device will. Which means you will have something that works perfectly in the simulator, and then you go to run it on a device and you get some like Stack Overflow or like just some crazy like error. So I had to like make sure I left myself enough like telemetry logs in the whole thing so that I could get a reasonable stack trace when it would eventually fail for the TA that was testing this thing. And I had to then solve those bugs using only telemetry.
I mean, I guess that builds your debugging skills.
It really does. Yeah. It really teaches you where to log and when, because you can't always debug through something using a proper debugger. You have to rely upon the telemetry and like logs that you left yourself to like investigate the crime scene after the fact. So it really did teach me a lot. that I really appreciate.
So this is upset right now about environments. So if I like try to do group of YoJSON, which would be the deserializing this struct right here,
Mm-hmm.
we don't have a meta key.
What do you mean by we don't have a meta key?
There's not a key named meta on our struct.
Isn't that what the T there is saying it is, though? Or do you mean like after deserializing?
I mean on the actual JSON, right?
There should be. It was down at the bottom.
Down. Oh, I'm just thinking about this wrong. Never mind.
Okay, yeah, no worries. Just making sure. It was definitely there. I remember seeing it, so I was confused massively.
When we run this, we get a result error of types.groupT.environments, but it shouldn't matter because we have strict false, right?
Yeah, and you removed the environments and left the top level features, right? In like the JSON that we were deserializing.
Let's say this is strict string.
Ooh, we might have been missing strict false on a few things, huh? Okay.
All right, let's see. I'm gonna have to rebuild. Oops.
And Lone Wolf, I would say, yeah, you should learn some C, right? Manual memory management is something absolutely worth learning. Just to understand when you're in a garbage collected language how much rigmarole that they abstract away from you.
Alright, so I'm gonna grab that JSON again. Which that I wanna go to utop, not run test. YouTube.
Anything but you too.
So it's still upset at environments.
Interesting. Okay. And do we know where in environments it doesn't like it?
Unfortunately not, but we can probably try to trim down our JSON and go from there.
We could try to do like a whole environment with this like individual testing of like our JSON structures.
So it'd be this guy right here, right? Yank around that, and then it'd be
Yeah, I think so.
and JSON equals.
So even closer to M. Kohler's question about Objective-C, one of the magical things about Objective-C is the fact that you can actually write raw C and consume it from Objective-C. So building out like a libSSL2 or libSSH2 or whatever wrapper is incredibly easy, actually. libSSH2, I think. Yeah. I had to do that because I wanted to make a code editor on my phone, and then I realized that I actually didn't want that.
You don't want to code on your phone?
No, my thought was like, yeah, I can totally like code from the golf course. Wait, why do I want to do that? Like, never mind. This is a terrible idea.
I can't code anywhere if I have my laptop. I would not want to code for I don't like using native apps on my phone. Like, I would much rather prefer use a desktop app. So like, if I'm budgeting, I'll do my budget app on the web browser app rather than like a native app. Like, I just hate using apps on my phone.
Yeah, I get that, right? Especially because like every single product out there tries to push the app on your phone just so they can get that sweet metadata to sell.
No, it's just because he's old and he has to look at it like this.
He has to squint when he's looking at it? Yeah, I get it.
I don't have that bad of eyes.
I don't know if inches from my face.
Yeah, I did see that a bit. Okay, yeah, for
She
sure.
has terrible vision. I still have pretty good vision.
Okay, but I use my phone to do my budget. I don't need my dual monitor setup.
Because you're a zoomer.
I'm a zoomer. Sorry, I messed him up.
So this would be ID of your JSON, environment of your JSON, strict false, features is going to be a hash table. So maybe we go one step further again, and we try just deserializing using this function. I'm guessing this is going to slowly lead us there. Yeah, it's definitely this thing right here, right? Because a feature has, it's gradual, it has attributes, feature key.
Yeah, that makes sense.
How? So our keys are these strings. They're always going to be ID when we're parsing this. In our hash table. So like I'd be willing to bet if we did this again, like it's going to work. Oh, okay, come on. What file is that in?
Oh, and Akavenge, what's for dinner? Thinking some pot pies are easy, but I got some croissants I need to use up, so it might be some bacon and egg croissants again.
The croissants sound really good.
It was delicious yesterday, despite the fact that I burnt some of it. So today it'll be even better.
Oh yeah.
All right, we're getting closer here, I think. Knock on wood. So this should bomb out now.
You like that literal knock on wood? Damn right.
I did. I got you.
Yep.
Okay. And now let's make sure it's the value and not the key. Okay, so it's definitely the value. So our value coming into this is obviously feature of your JSON. We hit gradual. We hit gradual of your JSON. Let's go. Attribute. I just don't understand how the attributes are fine for our value one, but not this one.
Are they though? Oh, we did get value to parse. That's right. Never mind. I forgot that part.
Value float seed. Like, is that going to cause any problems? Whoops. New top. Did it again. Classic typo. We get gradual.seed and right. Okay, so we do need those there. So let's we do that. So you would assume. What would we assume? What am I assuming here? When we go into that hash table, because it seems like we tested directly parsing the JSON that is a gradual thing.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on a second. All our keys are strings, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's probably not the problem. Let me just try one thing quick. Yeah, okay, we're that parsed, right? Because we're not deserializing the value. And if we uncomment this, this is where it's going to get upset. Man, this is so tricky.
Yeah, I blame the polymorphic data types.
I blame this library, honestly.
Tomato, tomato. Yeah, I get it. Go ahead, sorry.
Seed and value are both floats, right?
They are. Yep.
Float, float.
Here's the thing, though. When we see a 0 value over in like start time, end time right there, right? That's an integer, sure. But like in my default feature at the top, right, at the top level feature, we actually have seed and value as 0, not 0.0. Is that going to cause any issue with deserialization? So this is more like when I'm talking about like the group itself, because the group has that features key.
Yeah.
But we're already having issues with this because we're not hitting that, right? Okay, so it's a different thing. Never mind. I just want to think out loud real quick.
No, that was a good thought, though. So it's definitely gradual attributes. I cannot wait to never see gradual attributes again.
I know, right? Yeah, not ideal. Fun fact while we're waiting and thinking about this, the interviews I've been doing lately, the company I'm interviewing with has like a multi-step process. The first one was doing like a pair programming, like solving a leak code style thing. That was fine. The second one was I had to walk them through a library or a project, and I chose Vexilla to walk them through. And they actually like really enjoyed that. So I'm really proud of that. That was yesterday.
That's such a great interview, too. I would love to do that.
Yeah, it was solid. I really like the interview process. Even though today I feel like I bombed it because it was the cross-team collaboration interview. Talking about, hey, talk about times that you had to work with multiple teams and how blah, blah, blah. Like, dude, I did not prepare enough for that one. So, we'll see.
I know what's wrong.
Oh! All I had to do was talk about, like, the interview I didn't like, and it worked. All right, so what's the issue?
Well, okay, maybe I don't know what's wrong. Hold on. I thought it might be because attributes is not a nested key, right? So like here we're saying we're looking at the structure, well, even like looking at gradual. Like if I wonder if I took this and we did, where's gradual at? Like we threw those in there on that type. I wonder if that would work.
I think that might be it, right? I totally understand and get that. How would we end up wanting to share some of this without doing the repetition of it? Is there any way?
So, what we're going to want to do here is write a custom deserializer for each of these, I think. So, gradual of your JSON equals, what do we get here? We get, I think that is definitely the problem.
Yeah, I mean, it makes more and more sense as we talk about it. In Go, you could have like a base thing that these extend from by just doing like the, the base thing as a key, and it would just spread it for you. But here, like, there's no inheritance in OCaml, right?
Right.
So because of that, like, how do we actually inherit without inheriting? And I think that's what we're running into.
And we wanted, there's a, where did I do this? I did this in another file. Is it in here?
And there's no concept of like a spread operator in OCaml?
There is, but not while deserializing.
Ah, okay.
That's what we want. We want to try to grab, what does this raise? Or does this return an option?
So then real quick, one more thing, is there the concept like in TypeScript, if I had this attributes object and I wanted to merge it with another object, I'd just use a single ampersand on those types, right? Is there no mechanism like that in OCaml?
No, you can't merge objects like that because it's not structural.
Okay, gotcha. So that makes sense.
Technically, you could use like the object system that OCaml has built in, but nobody uses that really.
Okay.
In our entire code base at Scalum, we use objects once, and that is for a context to pass through like requests in our routers and middleware. I think that's like the only place in the entire code base, and it's because OCaml objects are really the only thing that's structurally typed, so like TypeScript. So you could match on like partial parts of the struct, and it would, work like Golangs, interfaces and types and stuff. But that feature is like so seldomly used.
Even if it's seldomly used and maybe not idiomatic, if it solves the problem, it might be worth it.
I don't think it would make a difference.
Okay, cool. I'm just throwing out ideas. I don't know for sure.
Does this have a? Can I check these? That right? We're matching on your JSON, so we get an association list. What does this say our type is? Yeah, I'm gonna link that. So we have this association list, and then we should be able to do,
All right. And yeah, Shat is saying that your keyboard sounds amazing. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Thank you, Shats. Well, if you ever happen to be on East Coast time or European time, I stream every morning, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m., and I have a point redemption to attempt to win a copy of my keyboard.
There you go. Which keyboard is it?
It is a Keychron Q4, and
Keychron's a good brand.
I have glorious Panda switches that are lubed, and then I put painter's tape, 3 layers of painter's tape over the board, and also a layer of foam. The thing that made the biggest difference, without a doubt, was the painter's tape. Like, if you look up like Tempest tape mod for a keyboard, like, it's stupid easy. It takes 5 minutes. You don't have to be handy. Don't have to know electronics. If you can open up the back of your keyboard and just put painter's tape over the actual board itself, it immediately made it sound so much like thockier.
Interesting. So, like, it basically reduces the amount of like echo or reverberation or whatever throughout the thing. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Interesting. I have an entire collection of. Hold on, let me get the link for them. It's the Silencio. So these are like some silencing clips you can put on your caps as well that might also like help with that a bit. So in many cases, you could put like the rubber O-rings, and those like prevent like the bottom out, but they don't return like they don't prevent like the return to top like sound. Whereas the foam silencing clips do both. So yeah, rubber O-rings only get like, you know, half of the sound effect you might hear, but they don't get the return back up. And that's like at least half the sound you hear when someone's typing. So yeah, I just pasted the link if you end up wanting that. Anyone else out there, just throwing it out there for you. I have a whole like container of them, and I just haven't put them on any keyboard yet. Because some jerk keeps like spilling beverages on my keyboards.
Wonder who that could be.
I don't know, man, but once I catch him, oof, we're going to have some words.
Okay, so this list is going to be this type here. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling good about this.
Mm-hmm. I like this too. I like that epiphany that you had for it. That was nice.
Okay, so these should be your JSON T's. Yeah. So now let's just pipe that into what is that? Feature ID. So we like parse this. ID of your JSON. And what is this? It's going to be a result now.
You do have an extra U over in feature. I just want to throw that out there for feature ID.
Thank you.
Future. It's the future.
Okay, whatever. Let me have.
I love that band, Future Islands.
Change. This will be name of your JSON.
Ooh, I don't know if you saw this tweet I made yesterday, I think. But basically, I did leak code all weekend. And I made a tweet about how, like, a leak code weekend is brutal, but still better than Vampire Weekend. I was really proud of that one.
Well done. Well done. That's pretty good.
Yeah. It didn't get the engagement I'm looking for. I guess there's a lot of Vampire Weekend fans out there.
And then this will be scheduled type of your JSON. And this will be float. Let's see here. How do I get this out? This is going to be function float value. Sure. We'll come up and fix that then. But we'll copy that exact thing. Delete that. Come here, paste that. And now we'll return our that closes that. Get rid of that. This needs to be an OK. Okay.
Did it work? Did it blend?
I'm not sure. But hopefully we are a little bit closer. Let's see here.
One step closer to the edge. And the code is not about to break.
We have an error in here. Where's this at?
Well, the code did just break.
This expression is type usually. type this in our utils. Oh, I made it NLI. That's why. Fine. We're just gonna say this is yo json.safe.t, and then we're going to change this from a function to match JSON with, and we're gonna come down here and do the other case. Yeah, that's fine for now. Okay. Please, dear Lord, babe Jesus.
I'm on fire. Oh, dear Lord, baby Jesus. It worked. That was it. All right, so the attributes thing was our problem. Okay. Great epiphany there, man.
Wow.
Yeah. Here's the thing. So gradual OVO JSON, does that mean you have to do the that entire same thing for every single type now?
I will probably write a helper function to clean this up for next time. I'll probably write this and get like all of these knocked out for. Do we have anything next Tuesday? I feel like we talked about something earlier. We schedule yoga or something? We didn't talk about anything next Tuesday? Okay, so I should be good next Tuesday, barring like
Sure.
no interviews have to be late or anything like that, or sickness or random shit coming.
Yep. Feel free to reschedule if needed. That's fine. I get it.
I will write some helper functions to basically like kind of abstract this for each of these, and yeah. The funny thing is, I bitched about the error message, but it was literally telling us what the problem was the entire time. It's like, these attributes are wrong.
Yeah, there is no attributes key. Like, what's the deal, dude? And like, yeah, we're sitting there trying to like solve for it. So yeah, that is kind of funny, kind of fun. But it happens. I don't remember why we were doing the attributes thing in the first place, but it just kind of made sense for data modeling to try and like make some common abstraction, right?
Yeah, it made sense for how OCaml likes to model its types, and using our values as variants rather than like individual types for each thing. It made sense to do it that way, and then it just never clicked in my brain that like it wasn't actually a nested type, and I had taken the liberty to like design that myself and not match it with the actual JSON.
Right. So what I do see here, though, is you are still actually putting all of it into an attributes like subkey, right? So that you'd have to actually look at that in the future, right? Or am I misunderstanding that? Okay.
The rest of the code base operates on that nested attributes piece. And
okay.
We can do that. We have another helper function. This is coming back to me why we did this. We have a helper function down here called attributes, if I remember. So no matter where we're at in the code base, we can do feature.attributes, pass it any of our attribute types, and we'll get it off the struct. Parsing off individual types. So that's part of the reason we did that.
Okay, that makes sense. I get it. So it was for reusability and being able to treat types very like similarly of each other.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So it was a good idea in the first place. It was. I wish the error message would have been like, something like attributes was not found, right? Like if it was just a little bit more helpful, it's like we tried to parse attributes, it wasn't on the JSON, like that would have told us exactly what the problem was in 30 seconds.
Yep. Yeah, I agree with that absolutely. That's one of the biggest problems like beginners have with Go when they're trying to like unmarshal some JSON. And they forgot to capitalize the thing that they're like unmarshaling as like the prop and doing like the renaming. Could they have some like training wheels version of the compiler that lets you know and warns you? They probably could, but they just don't by default.
So I don't know if you've seen me interact with Leo on Twitter. He's the guy that's building like the library called Minty. He's like one of the best OCaml engineers I've ever seen, and one of the friendliest, kindest people I've ever met.
Yeah, we've seen him chatting. I think we've rated him, and he's even rated us back a few times. So yeah, like he's a good dude, like super cool.
He is like putting the OCaml ecosystem on his backpack right now,
Mm-hmm.
and all the things he's building. And one of the libraries he's built recently is a library called Serde, modeled exactly after Serde from Rust.
Okay.
It needs some work, but I almost at some point think it could be worth just refactoring Vexilla to use this and just contributing to him any like gotchas we run into, because I'm positive he has much better. Like he has a real eye for developer experience.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be willing to bet the error messages in here are either really good or he'd be open to pull requests and helping get those in. So
Sure.
potentially something we can do in the future.
Yeah, that makes sense. And like that was the library you were thinking of when you're like, oh, I'd love to use this instead of the one we have right now, right? Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
Back, we should have just done it, but here we are.
I mean, I feel like how long ago was he starting this? We've kind of been at it for more than 4 months, right? Like when was his like first PR to this or first commit?
I don't. Right around the same time. I think
Okay.
that's probably why I didn't use it, because there's probably like I was like, it's new. I want to move slightly faster and do something I know.
Sure.
Especially because like when I started streaming with you, it was like my second week streaming, so I was like, let's just do what I know.
Gotcha.
And now I'm not afraid to, I just spent the past 2 hours not knowing what the hell was going on, but
That's fine. That's the process sometimes. So yeah, totally worth it.
I have a bunch of people in my Discord that are very, very new to OCaml. So I might be like, hey guys, why don't you like go fork Vexilla and see if you can get Serde working.
There you go. That works. I like that.
Try to get people introduced to open source and some OCaml experience.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. More people contributing to Vexilla sounds even better.
Yeah, cool. All right, well, I'll get those feature deserializers cleaned up for next time, and hopefully we can just blaze through the rest of the tests. Knock on wood.
Right?
And
Yep.
get this published on the OCaml.
Yep. And technically there's like one step after that in which we can help build out the type generator, which goes and fetches the JSON values and then gives you like enums to do like nice, easy, clean, like instead of having to type gradual as a string, you could just do like enum dot thing name dot gradual or whatever, right? So it gives you like a little more ergonomics of like it combs the manifest and some other things and actually gives you like values you can use in your editor rather than having to like worry about magic strings.
Sweet, love that.
Yeah, so that'll be fun. I think we got at least one more stream in us, and yeah,
For sure.
I think that'll be good.
For sure. Cool. All right. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Chat.
Appreciate you hanging out.
I stream every morning. 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern time. Lots of OCaml content. And actually tomorrow, and probably the rest of the week, we're going to be doing some TypeScript. We're writing a RPC server and TypeScript to communicate with Dune's RPC server to be the foundation of a Vite plugin for Melange. So
Nice. Yeah, I was just looking at your title. Yeah, writing a Vite plugin for OCaml. Yeah, that sounds amazing.
So fun stuff.
Yeah, thank you for joining us today. Thank you for showing us more OCaml, and yeah, I'm looking forward to this this library being publishable. That'll be great.
Sweet, man. Thank you. Have
Yep.
a great night and a great rest of the week. And if you interview, good luck.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Cheers. Later.
Peace.
All right, so we disconnect there, end the stream together, and someone calling it out. Yeah, they're using stream together in a bunch of places now. That's actually like their branded name. Guest star, I guess, was a placeholder. The fact that they haven't updated the URL is kind of insane. But that's fun. Whatever. All right. So yeah, man behind the curtain. I actually watch my stream so I can interact with, what we're doing. It's really good. Yeah, so Samich, I'd recommend checking out the VOD. I will be posting these things to YouTube eventually. I'm kind of slacking on that one, though. We are at 6:43 p.m. It's probably not a good moment to try and, like, jump back into what we were doing with Orderly at the moment. So this might be a good moment to just, like, end the YouTube stream and this stream as well and hop over to gaming. Tomorrow, I will be taking the day off because I'm going snowboarding tomorrow. Let me double check that weather real quick, like. Unless it's like 35 degrees tomorrow and gonna suck, I think we're good. Looks like 25 degrees and they're still expecting 9 to 13 inches tonight. Yeah, I'm going snowboarding tomorrow. Oh, I'm going snowboarding tomorrow. First day of the year for me. I'm gonna try and bring up this cam and hopefully get you guys some clips. And yeah, that'll be fun. So yes, tomorrow, no stream. I will be streaming in the morning. I might even make it back home in time for a stream, but I got Seattle JS tomorrow night, which means I'd only have like 3 hours of stream before I gotta like leave the house again. So tomorrow is gonna be a day off, but it should be fun. Yeah, I'm gonna have a blast. I don't think I'm gonna be able to go do any of like the major hikes because I don't think we're filled in there enough, but I should be able to do like any of like the little like side powder stuff that I'm looking for. So that should be fun. See y'all technically Thursday. I mean, your streak shouldn't get interrupted. I'm just taking tomorrow off. As long as you're here on Thursday, when I start back up, you're good to go. So that one's on you. So, in the meantime, who do we go raid? Who's even streaming right now? Let's go look at the list. People I follow first. Acorn, killing it. Ending with Allie, killing it. Practical NPC. Spiridon, doing his thing. We see Talons doing some coding. Co-working with Talons. Ooh, we haven't had a chance to raid Talons. Let's go do that. We're going to go do that right now. We're going to go do that right now. We've raided Spiridon somewhat quite frequently. So, yeah, let's go make sure we're spreading it around as much as we can. And Talon's just started like 40 minutes ago. So, yeah. So, some co-working. Yeah, let's go see what Talons is up to, and I will see y'all again on Thursday. I'll see some of y'all over on gaming here in just a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna do some food tonight. I might just do some fried stuff. I could do pot pies or something fried, or breakfast croissants. I'm not sure. We're gonna have to think about that. I want to figure that one out. But I'll see y'all over on gaming, and yeah, let's go see what Talons is up to. I'm going to click that button. YouTube, thank everyone for hanging out. I'm going to click that end stream button because I've forgotten to do that sometimes. And yeah, so later YouTube.